Greetings all, Ferrariman601 here. Welcome to the live commentary stream of the 2017 Indianapolis 500. Pre-race formalities are just starting to finish up at Indy. We should be expecting the command for engines start, and then the formation laps will begin in earnest. We anticipate the green flag to be waved at approximately 17 past the hour. However, it is not uncommon for these proceedings to take a little bit longer than initially scheduled at Indianapolis. Such is the pomp and circumstance that happens for this race. We have a very interesting starting grid for this year's 500, for the most part because of Fernando Alonso making his first start at Indianapolis, his first start on an oval at all. Of course, for those of you who do not know, Fernando Alonso is a two-time Formula One world champion, and for this race he has actually decided to forego the Monaco Grand Prix, which occurred just a few hours ago this morning. It was won by Sebastian Vettel for Ferrari, in case you are wondering, and now Fernando Alonso trying his hand at the Indy 500. It is going to be a very interesting affair for sure, no matter what happens. Even if you're only watching the race to see what's going to happen with Fernando Alonso, it is going to be very, very cool indeed. Hello, Jonathan. Good to see you. To set the stage for today's 500-mile race, let's go through the qualifying order. On row 1, we have in P1, car number 9, Scott Dixon for Ganassi at an average speed of 232.164 miles per hour. The qualifying is done by 4-lap average speed at Indianapolis. It is not done by lap time, unlike what happens in most other racing series. In P2, car number 20, Ed Carpenter at 231.664 miles per hour. P3, car number 98, Alexander Rossi, last year's Indy 500 winner of Andretti, 231.487. On row 2 in P4, Takuma Sato, car number 26 for Andretti, 231.365. In P5, car number 29, Fernando Alonso for Andretti McLaren, his average speed 231.3 miles per hour. P6, number 21, J.R. Hildebrand for Carpenter Autosport, 230.889, his average speed. On the third row in P7, car number 10, Tony Kanaan of Ganassi, 230.828. P8, car number 27, Marco Andretti for Andretti, 230.474, his average speed. P9, car number 12, Will Power for Penske, 230.2. Row 4, P10, car number 28, Ryan Hunter-Reay for Andretti, 231.442. P11, car 19, Ed Jones for Coin Racing, 230.578. P12, car number 16, Oriol Servia for Rahal Letterman Lanigan, 230.309. Row 5, P13, car number 7, Mikhail Alyoshin, who is racing for Schmidt-Peterson Autosport, 230.271. P14, car number 15, Graham Rahal, also for Rahal Letterman, 230.253. P15, car number 8, Max Chilton for Ganassi, 230.068 miles per hour. Row 6, P16, car number 83, Charlie Kimball for Ganassi, 229.956. P17, car number 5, James Hinchcliffe for Honda for Schmidt-Peterson, 229.860. P18, car number 22, Juan Pablo Montoya for Penske, 229.565. Row 7, P19, Elio Castroneves for Penske, 229.515. P20, car 77, Jay Howard for Schmidt-Peterson, 229.414. In P21, car number 24, Sage Karam for Dreyer and Reibold, 229.380. P22 on row 8, car number 2, Joseph Newgarden for Penske, 228.501. P23, car number 1, Simon Pagenaud, the reigning Indy Series champion for Penske, 228.093. P24, car 14 for Carlos Munoz in the Foyt car, 227.921. P21, car number 88, Gabby Chavez for Harding, 226.921. P26, car number 4, Connor Daly for Foyt, 226.439. P27, car number 50, Jack Harvey for Shank Andretti, 225.742. P28, car number 63, Pippa Mann for Coin, 225.008 miles an hour. P29, car number 11, Spencer Piggott for Juncos Racing, 224.052. P30, car 44, Buddy Lazier for Lazier Racing, 223.417. And row 11, the last and final row, P31 is Sebastian Saavedra for Juncos, 221.142. P32, car number 40, Zach Veach for Foyt, 221.081, and P33, car number 18, James Davison, deputizing for Sebastien Bourdais, who was injured in a crash in qualifying. There is no official lap time set by James Davison, as he was called into service after qualifying to deputize for Sebastien Bourdais. I'd like to welcome you all here. This, of course, is the first time that I'm covering a race other than Formula One, so it might get a little bit interesting here, as I am not as well versed in IndyCar as I am in Formula One, although I do watch IndyCar. What's going to be very interesting, though, and probably the biggest difference between this race and a Formula One Grand Prix, is just the length of the thing. This race is probably going to last for upwards of 3 hours. We obviously have refueling in IndyCar. Obviously, they'll be changing tires as well, so watching strategy throughout this race is going to be very interesting. The drivers who I'm going to be paying most attention to during this race are obviously Fernando Alonso, but also Juan Pablo Montoya, Max Chilton, Alexander Rossi, and then, of course, the heavy hitters in Indy, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Will Power, Helio Castroneves. So we're going to be watching a whole bunch of drivers throughout this field today, and it's going to be an absolutely wonderful race. The weather is great at Indianapolis. There were some concerns earlier on in the week that the weather might not be so good for today's race. However, those concerns have proven to be unfounded. Everything looks great at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for this legendary race. This is the 101st running of the Indy 500. Yes, in the event that it does rain at the Indy 500 or any other oval race, for instance, they will not continue racing. Unlike road racing, where you have intermediate or wet weather compounds for wet conditions, there is no such provision made for an oval race, so they would throw a red flag. Initially, they may try, if it's a light enough rain shower, to continue behind the safety car. However, if the weather turns slightly worse, and one of these ovals does not have to be very wet at all in order to be treacherous, so they would throw a red flag. They would attempt to allow the weather to clear. However, if the weather did not clear, the race would be resumed with however many laps were remaining on Monday, so tomorrow. This is somewhat weird to get used to as a fan of road racing, because road racing does pride itself on running in all sorts of different weather conditions, but when you consider the speeds that these cars are achieving at Indianapolis, the top runners are going well over 230 miles per hour into the corners. Any sort of water on the track, any sort of oversteer that you pick up, as we saw with Sebastien Bourdais, unfortunately, in qualifying, you are going to find yourself in the barrier in the blink of an eye. There is no room to slow one of these cars down if something goes wrong. We're just anticipating everything getting underway here in just another couple of minutes. This gap is really to get the international TV stations and all of the U.S. local affiliates in sync with themselves. Obviously, everybody wants to see this race happen as it happens. And now coming back to live shots from Indianapolis, these wonderful helicopter shots of the speedway, you get a sense of just how big this place is. For context, you could fit the entire country of Monaco inside the infield of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and have plenty of room to spare. I believe you could also fit the entirety of the Vatican inside that infield, right next to Monaco inside there, and still have some room. That's how big this place is. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it is a 2.5-mile oval circuit. It's really a big rectangle out there in the Indiana countryside. However, it's called an oval. There are 4 corners, of course. The corners are banked to 11 degrees each, I believe. A wet race on the Monza banking, that would be asking for a disaster, I have to say. I'm sure somebody would be crazy enough to try it, but don't count me among them. Yes, Eddie Cheever, he did race in Formula One for a while, including for Alfa Romeo. Eddie Cheever actually grew up in Italy. He is fluent in Italian, although he was born in the United States and is an American citizen to this day. Eddie Cheever did have his time in Formula One. Some more of the trackside formalities still ongoing here. This is basically a signature of American motorsport. There's a whole bunch of stuff that happens before we get racing underway, so let's bear with it. This is one of the reasons why I'm not as big a fan of American motor racing as I am of more international motorsports, particularly European motorsports, because the Americans do pomp and circumstance pretty much like no one else, maybe second only to the British, but there's a lot of stuff that happens sort of in an ancillary sense to the actual event. It is what it is. I have heard today that it is a record-breaking crowd at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Some 300,000 people have showed up for the race. Also, watching these pre-race proceedings, you get a sense of where motor racing really comes from. Many of you, I'm sure, have been watching the proceedings in horse racing, the Triple Crown, as it were, which will not happen this year. However, you see the atmosphere at those racetracks, and you see that crossover between horse racing and motor racing. Of course, horse racing has been happening for hundreds of years, and a lot of even the terminology that we use in motor racing is actually borrowed from horse racing. Things like paddock, for example. Obviously, a paddock is a place where you have horse stables. Formula One calls the pit lane the paddock, so you see the connections there. Overall, the atmosphere at Indianapolis, it reminds me more of being at a horse race track than it does an auto racing track, so you can definitely see the heritage of motor racing here. To all the newcomers to the stream, welcome. Race will be starting in just a couple of minutes here. The next major event that we're waiting for is the command to start engines. The drivers are all in the cars at this point, and they're just waiting to roll off. I would say the green flag is probably going to be thrown at about 12:21 to 12:27 or so. So we're probably within 10 minutes of running here at Indianapolis. Waiting for the command to start engines. Tony George, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, with the command to start engines. The engines are fired, everybody is ready to go, the mechanics are clearing the grid at this time, and believe it or not, leading the field right now is actually Mario Andretti. Mario Andretti, obviously the 1978 Formula One world champion and a multiple-time Indy 500 winner. He is driving the two-seater Indy car, which is carrying a very lucky fan on board. That must be a really cool experience to get in a car with Mario Andretti and lead the field at the start of the Indy 500. And the formation laps are now underway. The mechanics have cleared the grid, and they are taking off row by row on the formation laps here at Indianapolis. Everybody appears to have gotten off the grid. We're just waiting for the last two rows to get underway, and everybody is now in motion. Good start to the formation lap here. Yes, these cars are running 2.6-liter V6 twin-turbo engines. They do not have hybrid powertrains. There's no energy recovery or anything like that going on. Just a 6-speed semi-automatic paddle-shift gearbox, paddle-actuated clutch on the steering wheel as well. And one driver, I cannot identify who it is at this point, but one driver is actually running a helmet cam that apparently will be used in today's broadcast. We're on board with him right now. I do not know who it is. However, there is a helmet cam in this field. That is going to be really cool. Joseph Newgarden with the helmet cam. Thank you for that. Yes, those of you who are a little bit unfamiliar with IndyCar, you will notice that all of the cars look more or less identical. That's because there are multiple engine manufacturers here, Chevrolet and Honda. However, the aero spec, the aero packages as they call it, are all standardized, and you'll see that aside from a couple of variations in terms of the wing setup, some teams choose to run these canard wings just in front of the rear wing. You'll usually see them on the left side end plate of the rear wing. However, that's basically the only variation you're going to see. These cars also very much trimmed out for running at this super speedway. You'll see that there is practically no rear wing at all on these cars. There's just a touch of rear wing angle dialed in just to trim the rear end out and just kind of stabilize that turbulence. The rear wing on these cars in this spec more so just acting as a spoiler to control the turbulence coming off of the engine cover rather than to exert some downforce. Some cross weight also dialed into these cars. You'll probably see them, particularly as we move later on into the race. You'll see that the steering wheels will be cocked over a bit to the right as the drivers are going around on the straights. This is to get a bit more purchase into the tarmac through all of the corners, which of course all turn to the left here. Yes, Graham Rahal also with a helmet cam. Very cool to see. I've never seen that actually live in a race before. Seen it in Formula 1, but they never really showed it whenever they had a driver wearing one, so it was basically useless. Hopefully we'll see some great footage from those helmet cams today. You see the R next to Alonso's name because he is technically a rookie. This is his first IndyCar start, so they call everybody a rookie for their first year. Also, those of you who are mostly familiar with Formula 1 or other European forms of motor racing, you will have a very big surprise here. There is no standing start in IndyCar on an oval anyway. There will be a rolling start, so the field will come up into formation along the start-finish straight, and they will continue to run at pit lane speed, which is about 50 miles per hour, and then the green flag will be displayed and everybody will go. The idea of the rolling start, basically the drivers will all punch it down into second gear and floor it once that green flag goes up. Of course, they'll have to be careful not to spin up the tires. I believe they'll do 3 or 4 formation laps. They will also not display the green flag until everybody is in the proper formation, so they'll be lined up 3 abreast across the 11 rows of the grid. You'll see the safety car pull off through turn 3 as we come down to the start, and then everybody will hold formation until the green flag is shown. As the bank angle through the corners is 9 degrees, I said it was 11 before, the corners are banked at 9 degrees. Pit lane speed today is 60 miles per hour, and you can expect a tank of gas to last anywhere between 29 and 33 laps. Field has now more or less formed up into their 3 abreast formation. They are heading down into turn 3. The lights are out on the safety car. We are coming around to start the 101st Indy 500. Stand by, everybody. Fernando Alonso holding back a little bit in the middle. Get up in formation, Fernando. Field coming through turn 4 at this time. The safety car is pulling off, standing by for the green flag. Green flag is up. We are racing at Indianapolis for the 101st Indy 500. Fernando Alonso holding toward the rear of that lead pack at the moment, being cautious. I can hardly blame him. Through turn 2 for the first time. Everybody seems to have made a good getaway from the start. There's already some jockeying for position further down the field. However, everybody being cautious here. You cannot win this race on the first lap. That is for certain. Across start-finish for the first time. At the end of lap 1, our leaderboard is Dixon, Power, Carpenter, Kanaan, Rossi, Hildebrand, Sato, Andretti, Alonso, and Hunter-Reay, your top 10. Fernando Alonso down 4 spots already in P9 from P5. It is still very early days, however. On board with Joseph Newgarden currently running in 20th position. That helmet cam looks absolutely miraculous here at Indianapolis. On board with Alexander Rossi, currently running in P5. And down the backstretch, everybody just coming up to temperature now with the tires, finding their rhythm. This is a long race, and everybody just needs a little bit of time to understand just what kind of car they've got underneath them. Things have not really been running since qualifying. They've had another final practice session since qualifying. However, this is the first time these drivers have been in this car for a little while, and of course the track and weather conditions are different day to day, so they just need these first few laps to bring the tires up to temperature gradually and start to figure out what sorts of tools they have. Of course, when we get into pit stops, the drivers will have plenty of time to think about the sorts of adjustments that they would like in terms of tire pressures and the weight jacker system that's on these cars, and obviously they can also adjust the angles of the front and rear wings a little bit in the pit stops. The drivers cannot control that, however. In the cockpit, the drivers do have several adjustments that they can make, including that weight jacker system. That is a gas strut that is in the rear of the car, and what it can do is extend or retract to give a little bit more attitude to the rear end of the car to angle it in or out of a corner. The drivers will do this as the tires start to wear and the fuel load burns down and the balance changes a little bit. Of course, the objective here is to maintain purchase in the tarmac going into these left-hand corners. Additionally, the drivers also have control over the anti-roll bars on the front and rear, in addition to the fuel mapping for the engine. As we saw last year, Alexander Rossi was able to make his car as economical as possible and coast to the win here at Indianapolis. Fernando Alonso up to P8 at the moment. He has apparently come up to speed now. Just needed a little bit more time to figure out what's going on. Very briefly, the cameras cut over to the start-finish straight. There was a reflective object sitting there pretty near to the yard of bricks across the start-finish straight. I don't know if that's debris on the circuit. No indication of anything wrong there. Tony Kanaan has now taken the lead of the race. Alexander Rossi holding station in P3. He does look like he's got a good car. Quite a bit of steering movement through the apex of the corner. Perhaps he's just being a little bit cautious still because obviously it is a long way to go. And he's running P3 right now, but we are a long way from getting anywhere of consequence in this race. He's just hanging back there behind Scott Dixon, enjoying a bit of a draft. Alexander Rossi, his last lap was 222.812 miles per hour. He is slightly quicker than Scott Dixon, who ran a 221.245. Rossi, not sure if he's looking at Dixon there. Just saw an overtake of Ryan Hunter-Reay on Ed Jones. Yes, I must say Fernando Alonso is doing a good job so far. He definitely must be nervous because this is brand new territory for him, but he's running P8 right now, so pretty good job. Alonso's not on Michelin's, yes. Obviously, for those of you who don't know what that's a reference to, the 2005 United States Grand Prix held at Indianapolis saw only 6 cars take the start. Of course, there was a tire war back then in Formula One, and the Michelin-shod teams were basically banned from running around the Turn 13 banking as it was configured at the time for the road course at Indianapolis. There were a string of tire failures throughout that weekend in practice and qualifying, and Michelin told their teams, do not race because our tires are going to blow up and somebody's going to get hurt. So the 6 Bridgestone-shod cars competed in the 2005 United States Grand Prix, and it was probably the blackest weekend to that time in Formula One since Imola 94. It was an utter political firestorm, and basically nothing was solved afterward, but it will forever be remembered as the infamous 6-car race. It definitely sealed the deal for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway hosting the United States Grand Prix. The last time the Brickyard held the United States Grand Prix was in 2007. It was won by Lewis Hamilton, and then there was an absence of Formula One in the United States all the way until 2012 when the Circuit of the Americas was completed in Austin, Texas. I agree, Jonathan. I think Formula One needs to go to Indianapolis simply because it is the place it is. It's the oldest racetrack in the world in terms of a purpose-built racing facility that is still in operation. It always made sense for Formula One to go to Indianapolis, and I do think it should return to Indianapolis. Also, the Turn 13 banking, which is Turn 1 of the oval track, that's not a problem anymore, as the road course at Indianapolis has been reprofiled rather significantly to get rid of that sort of twisty infield section in Sector 1, and now there's a chicane before what used to be Turn 13, again, Turn 1 of the oval track, so there shouldn't be any concerns with those high-speed lateral loadings through the tires anymore for Formula One. Yes, the Indy 500 used to be part of the F1 World Championship. Technically speaking, everybody who started the Indy 500 between 1950 and I believe 1961 or so is also classified in the FIA Formula One World Championship. So there was a concurrence between these two series for quite some time, although obviously, as we can see today, they have diverged substantially since. Working lap 15 of 200, the leader is Kanaan, Dixon, Rossi, Carpenter, Hildebrand, Andretti, Alonso, Sato, Hunter-Reay, and Power. Your top 10. Fernando Alonso has worked his way up to P7, 2 spots down from where he started. He is working on Marco Andretti right now. I'm going to be calling Marco Mario all day long, so just get used to that. On board here with Fernando Alonso, he is starting to look at the gearbox of Marco Andretti. He is in the tow here down the start-finish straight. I don't think he's going to try anything into turn one, and indeed he does not. However, Alonso now beginning to pre-position himself for a potential move on Marco Andretti. Perhaps he'll have a look down the back straight. He's dropped out a little bit through the corner there. Alonso, though, being very steady. As for the Formula One class in this field, P3 is Alexander Rossi, P7 is Fernando Alonso, P8 Takuma Sato, P17 Juan Pablo Montoya, and P25 Max Chilton. Yes, Montoya running P17. Chilton is down in P26. He has dropped 11 positions from his starting point. I think Chilton dealing with some sorts of problems on board that Honda-powered car. The highlighter on wheels, are you referring to the livery of pretty much all of the cars here? They are very fluorescent, I must say. Alonso's car definitely looks a bit highlighter-ish, as does Alexander Rossi's. Working lap 22 of 200, things are holding station here. A very orderly start to this race. We are expecting pit stops perhaps in as little as 5 or so laps time. We'll see what everybody does in terms of fuel and tires. At this point, there would be no reason to do anything other than fill the tank back up because there are a number of pit stops still to come in the duration of this race. that helmet cam again on board with Joseph Newgarden. That is such a cool perspective. I hope he finishes this race today because I want to see this helmet cam all day long. And I hope he gets into some battles as well. He's basically running in clear air right now, but that is such a cool perspective. And that's not too far above eye level either. It's a little high, but that's more or less what he is actually seeing. And it's so good. We can read his steering wheel display. I can see his last lap mile an hour. I can see his lap time. I can just make out his fuel numbers too. That is so cool. And I'm sure the other teams will be trying to see this as well, because all of the data that they're looking for in terms of his fuel strategy, yes, he's running in 21st right now, but that is really cool. You can even see where he's got his fuel map switch. That is amazing. Joseph Newgarden's last lap was a 41.62, 220.64 miles an hour, reading it off of his steering wheel in real time. That is cool. Somebody is in the pit lane. I can't tell who it was. I think it's Sebastian Saavedra. Currently classified in P33 and last. I do believe he was in the pit lane. I did see somebody in the pits. They did not cover it on television. Yes, that Toyota Tacoma mod for Assetto Corsa, the most realistic thing I've ever seen. It's absolutely miraculous. Yes, these engines do work hard. They are on full throttle for pretty much 100% of the lap. Some drivers downshift into the corners. However, there's basically no rest for the weary if you're one of these V6 engines in the back of these Indy cars. It's really full on, full throttle all the time. On board with Fernando Alonso, back in 5th place where he started. So Fernando having a consistent first stint to this race. He is looking at Scott Dixon right now. He's pulled off to driver's left of Scott Dixon, and he is passing over the yard of bricks. Fernando Alonso now up into 4th place. Scott Dixon having some big problems now with the handling of his car. He caught some big oversteer through turn 2, and he's continuing to go backward. I don't know if the balance has shifted as the fuel has burned down, or if he's having some graining issues or wear issues on those rear tires, but Scott Dixon is falling down the field very quickly. And pit stops are now underway. Tony Kanaan is in the pits. Race leader is in. We're on board here with Tony Kanaan as he's looking for his pit stall. Kanaan taking 4 tires and a full tank of fuel. Good tire change. Fuel hose comes off. Tony Kanaan pulls away. 7.9 seconds is the pit stop. Whole bunch of drivers now coming into the pit lane for this first round of pit stops. Ed Carpenter has currently inherited the race lead. Alexander Rossi in the pits as well. We'll watch him closely. Rossi pulling into his pit stall. Very nicely positioned. 4 tires and fuel as well for Rossi. Slight front wing angle adjustment for Rossi, and he is away cleanly. 6.7 seconds in the pits there. Fernando Alonso in the pits. His first IndyCar pit stop. He's pitted from second position. Let's see what's going on here. Good positioning by Alonso. Looks like 4 tires and fuel for the Spaniard. A little bit slow on that right front tire. Fuel hose comes off, and Alonso is away 8.2 seconds. Good pit release. That is an IndyCar pit stop done and dusted for Fernando Alonso. Now let's see how he deals with getting these tires back up to temperature. These tires are stone cold when they get on the cars. No tire blankets in IndyCar. Alonso needs to be cognizant of that, particularly as he is on those acceleration lanes coming back onto the circuit. No banking on those XL lanes, and they are dirty. J.R. Hildebrand in and out, 4 tires and fuel, 7.1 seconds. Lots of smoke from Hildebrand as he lights up the rears coming back onto the racetracks. So that appears to be our first round of green flag pit stops done and dusted. Waiting for timing and scoring to shake itself out once again. Currently the leader is Juan Pablo Montoya. Juan Pablo Montoya now in the pits. He was our race leader on the pit stop rotation. A little bit slow on the right rear of Montoya's car, and there's some drama happening at the rear end of that car. I don't know if Montoya has stalled it. It appears he may have. Yes, Montoya did stall the engine in the pit stop. They had to restart him. 17.8 seconds. A long stop for Juan Pablo Montoya. However, that probably won't affect him that much because we are only working lap 33 of 200. We do have a slow car out on track. It is the number 77 of Jay Howard. Not entirely sure what has happened there. We are still under green, however, at Indianapolis. Alexander Rossi now looking at Ed Carpenter for the lead. Carpenter is leading Alexander Rossi in P2 at the moment. Fernando Alonso, after timing and scoring has shaked out, is in P3, up 2 positions from where he started. Alexander Rossi well and truly in the draft of Ed Carpenter coming down start-finish. He won't try anything into turn 1. However, do look for Rossi to make a move in the next lap or so, I must say, and Fernando Alonso is not all that far behind the both of them. Fernando Alonso, fastest lap at 224.231 miles per hour. Fastest on track so far. Was wondering how he would get on with the new set of tires. Apparently just fine. I remember Canada 2005, Alonso was behind Giancarlo Fisichella, and he was screaming over the radio, "I'm faster, let me by!" And it took Renault so long to make any sort of move there, and then I believe Fisichella crashed anyway. But yes, Alonso is used to chasing somebody. Alexander Rossi has taken the lead from Ed Carpenter. Fernando Alonso remains P3. Fastest lap now goes to Marco Andretti, 224.565. Yes, American TV companies are absolutely atrocious when it comes to commercials, both in their timing and in their duration. It's bad. It's really bad. Fernando Alonso up into P2 and now P1. Fernando Alonso, I've not seen it out on track because, of course, we're in commercial. Fernando Alonso classified in P1, having taken the lead from Alexander Rossi, apparently. Waiting for visual confirmation of that. There it is, Fernando Alonso confirmed, leading the Indy 500. Add that to your resume, Fernando. Two-time Formula One world champion and now leader of the Indy 500. Brilliant pass down the start-finish straight on Alexander Rossi to take the lead into Turn 1. Wonderful driving, Fernando Alonso. Eddie Cheever absolutely losing his mind over how well Fernando Alonso is doing right now. He is just phenomenal, I have to say. We've all known how good Fernando Alonso is, but for him to come here into completely new territory, never having even raced on the oval at Indianapolis before, never having raced on an oval anywhere before, and now he's leading the Indy 500. That is extraordinary talent. The speed with which he has adapted to this completely new car at this completely new place, that is something that I've never seen before. Fernando Alonso, truly one of the greatest drivers of all time, and he is proving it here today. Apparently there was just a small tire pressure adjustment on Alonso's car there in the last pit stop, and that has apparently done the trick. Working lap 41 of 200, Fernando Alonso, brilliant driving. Rossi here in Fernando's draft. It does not appear that he's going to be able to catch him at least into turn 1. He'll stick by on his gearbox, though, as long as possible. I'm expecting another lead change coming down the back straight. Alexander Rossi's car also looking very solid here. Remember, Rossi won this race last year. Alonso pulling away a little bit on the straights. Alonso, just, wow, he's not used to having straight line speed. He's really enjoying this. A little bit of a gaggle going on here in the backfield. Ryan Hunter-Reay in P8 running with Marco Andretti and Will Power. Alexander Rossi making a pass on Fernando Alonso into turn 1 for the lead. Alexander Rossi, your new leader. The tire compounds are the same on all four corners, but the way that they differentiate in terms of the loadings across the right and left sides of the car is they will add what's called stagger into the rear suspension. This means that the camber angles from the right side to the left side are typically mirror images of each other. So if you're running negative camber on the left, you'll run positive camber on the right. This will angle the car toward the left slightly. You'll notice as we go on board with a lot of the drivers, the steering wheels down the straights are cocked slightly over to the right. That's because of that stagger dialed into the rear axle. Again, the cars only have to be able to turn left here, so you'll notice that the cars have a slight alignment bias toward the left as they're going down the straights. It's also part of the reason why the racing line cuts over to the left-hand side of the straights. You'll notice that they don't generally travel in an exactly straight line down the straights. They move over to the left side of the track and then they cut back over to the outside before they come to the next corner. All has to do with the stagger that's dialed into the rear axle. Seems like the Andretti strategy, just as it was last year, is to save some fuel while they can. We're certainly not anywhere near the finish of this race yet, but if you can eke out a little bit more economy now, that's less fuel that you might have to take on later on in the last stint of the race, and therefore you're going to be that much lighter and that much faster. And of course, the last lap is the most important one here, so if you can try to pre-position yourself relative to the rest of the field early, you have more options in terms of your strategy moving on later on. Rossi and Alonso coming up to lap car number 40. I'm just trying to look up who that is. That is Zach Veach running in P32. Rossi and Alonso get by without incident. Nando Alonso is very much in the draft of Rossi again. I would certainly expect him perhaps to leapfrog Rossi into turn 1 once again. It appears that the teammates are willing to play that game with each other for the moment. They're just pulling each other along this racetrack for the moment. The slipstream effect at a place like Indianapolis is so crucial because the Andretti cars are trying to save fuel, so if you can be in that slipstream, you will save a bit of gas. Rossi lets Alonso through again into turn 1. Alonso, your new leader. Seems like they're trying to deal some sort of strategy of following each other for 3-4 laps and then swapping positions, trying to equalize the minimal fuel saving that you get in that draft. Here, I do not believe Fernando had any sorts of incidents at all in either practice or qualifying. He's been pretty much perfect the entire time. Meanwhile, the other Formula One drivers in this field, obviously we have Alonso and Rossi running in 1 and 2, Takuma Sato running in P3 at the moment, Juan Pablo Montoya in P23, and Max Chilton in P27. So some decent showings by the Formula One crowd here at Indianapolis. Yes, I do believe that that is their rationale here. They're trying to do two things by trading the slipstream with each other. Trying to save a little bit of fuel, as you'll burn slightly less fuel if you're running in the draft, and they're also trying to pull each other away from the rest of the pack, which is a very good strategy provided that we stay green. We're 51 laps into this race, and we've yet to see a single caution, which is somewhat weird for an oval race of any sort. So far, a very clean day here. On board with Alonso looking rearward, I am seeing a fair amount of plank smoke coming from the bottom of this car. I haven't really noticed the car bottoming very much so far, but some plank smoke and some sparks coming up from the back of Alonso's car. Yes, he is still somewhat heavy on fuel, but the tire pressures should be up, so I don't know if that's how his car has been running the entire time, but this is the first time I've noticed that amount of plank smoke coming from the bottom of Alonso's car. Hope everything is okay. His speed certainly is still very much okay. Caution is out. Wow! Very big accident in turn 2. Scott Dixon is involved. There's debris all over the racetrack. There are 2 cars involved. One of the cars has completely detached itself from the rear end. The tub, the cockpit survival cell is still intact. I cannot identify the second car at this time. Caution is out. Jay Howard is the other car involved in this accident. Jay Howard is climbing out of... Scott Dixon is climbing out of the car. It's Dixon's car that has completely lost its rear end. The car's just broken completely apart, just a rears of the engine as it is designed to do. Jay Howard, the number 77, the other car involved, and the safety team are talking to him at the moment. Jay Howard does appear to be alert. Under caution here at Indianapolis for the first time. Scott Dixon and Jay Howard involved. Jay Howard climbing out of the car now. He is okay. Scott Dixon and Jay Howard involved in this incident on lap 54 in turn 2. They are both okay and out of the car. We're waiting for a replay here to see what has occurred here. In replay in slow motion, trying to get a sense of what happened. Jay Howard running high out of turn 1, it appears. Yes, Jay Howard is up in the marbles there. Jay Howard gets into the wall by himself. He completely mangles the left side of the car, and then Scott Dixon runs into the back of him, unsighted. Dixon goes well airborne, and he crashes into the inside barrier, ripping the rear end off of his car before rolling a couple of times, flash fire at the back out of the engine, and then landing on what's left of his wheels down in the acceleration lane in turn 2. Big accident for both drivers there. Scott Dixon, the innocent victim. Jay Howard getting himself up into the barriers, and Dixon running into him on the exit of turn 1 with absolutely no time to react. Scary incident. Very scary incident. On board with Scott Dixon. Wow, he had no time to react to that whatsoever. That is an accident that we have seen before in IndyCar, and quite fortuitously, Dixon's car landed on that barrier, and the bulkhead behind the cockpit took the brunt of that impact. Perhaps a red flag will be thrown here. There is quite a lot of debris in the short chute between turn 1 and 2. Scott Dixon and Jay Howard incredibly lucky here, both to be walking out of those cars, particularly Scott Dixon, because that is a crash that we have seen before. You can see here the integrity of these cars, though. When Dixon came down the second time after bouncing off of the inside barrier, the car landed squarely on the roll structure, incorporating the air snorkel for the engine, and it held up perfectly. I can see essentially no deformation to that structure. Obviously, these cars very safe by relative standards nowadays, and an accident like that 25, 30 years ago would have been a very different story. That is quite the testament to the construction of these modern open-wheel cars. Red flag has been thrown here on lap 55 to clean up that incident. In other news, I'm just seeing crossing the wires that Jenson Button has been awarded a penalty for his incident earlier at the Monaco Grand Prix with Pascal Wehrlein. I don't think Button will be serving that penalty, however. Perhaps if Button makes another Formula One start, he will serve that penalty then. Red flag is out here at Indianapolis. As we have said, the field have pulled into the pit lane. And there is considerable damage to the catch fencing there on the inside of Turn 2. And we are just waiting to see how long it will take to repair that damage. Replay in real time of that accident. That was frightening. Absolutely a massive, massive accident there for Scott Dixon. Yes, when we race on ovals, you're going to have big crashes, but wow, that's big. And it's actually somewhat rare to see a car fly into the inside barrier like that. Thankfully, there are now catch fences installed all around the circuit on the inside and the outside. because you have spectators in that area, and it would be very, very unfortunate to have an accident like that and then have debris go into the crowd or to have the car go into the crowd. So quite fortuitously, they've had the foresight to install the catch fencing all around the inside and outside of the circuit. Our running order as it stands here, the field neutralized and stopped under the red flag. Fernando Alonso, Alexander Rossi, Takuma Sato, Ed Carpenter, Ryan Hunter-Reay, J.R. Hildebrand, Tony Kanaan, Elio Castroneves, Marco Andretti, and Will Power, your top 10. Fastest lap in terms of speed right now belongs to Marco Andretti, who set his fastest lap of 224.565 miles per hour. Yes, quite fortuitous that Scott Dixon made contact with that barrier in the manner in which he did. Absolutely. Big accident there. No, I've not heard any news about Valtteri Bottas being confirmed for anywhere, actually, for 2018. That's news to me, if it is news. Drivers here still sitting in the cars in the pit lane. Of course we're under red flag conditions here. We're waiting some more cleanup work in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Getting some unofficial word from the ABC broadcasters that we are potentially within about 10 minutes of resumption of action here at Indianapolis. We're, of course, waiting to hear a further status update on the state of the track. I think the biggest concern at this point is making sure that the barrier and the catch fencing are in good nick on the inside of the circuit there in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Seeing some extensive repair work ongoing on that catch fencing on the inside of that short chute section. It does appear that they have to bring in a new prefab section of fencing to replace the rather large tear in it put in there by Scott Dixon's car. They are just lashing that into place now. We still have recovery vehicles on the circuit as well as some sweepers running through that short chute. There's a lot of speedy dry, the gypsum powder material that's put down to help absorb any fluids that have been dropped. That will be swept into the track surface, and then the cars will begin to run once again and ultimately clean up the racing groove there through turn 2. Repairs to the fence look to be almost completed. Say the repairs to the catch fencing are now pretty much completed, seeing some of the maintenance crew walking away now from the fence. They had climbed up onto the fence to get a better position to strap in that temporary replacement panel. And now some of the marshals just walking the track looking for any small pieces of debris that may have been missed, things like little shards of carbon or nuts and bolts, things that could cut a tire down at speed. It does appear that the repair efforts are pretty much complete at this time, and I'm expecting to see the marshals and the maintenance crews beginning to vacate that short chute area on the inside of Turn 2. Seeing one more time in replay in slow motion, this was such a big accident. I haven't seen one that big in a long time. You can see there in replay of Dixon's car, once he gets airborne off the back of the other car the first time, once he gets airborne off of Jay Howard, an interesting little detail that I've seen, you can see the pneumatic cylinders that actuate the underbody jacks. You'll notice that there are no jackmen in these pit stops. An airline goes in to the side of the car, and that pressurizes a pneumatic system which operates a couple of cylinders and jacks the car up for the tire change. You could see the little pads of the bottom sections of those jack cylinders falling out of the bottom of Dixon's car once he goes airborne. I've not seen a detail like that before. Rather interesting to see now that we know everybody is okay in this incident. It's always interesting to watch one of these cars come apart, because you start to get a sense of how they're designed and why they're designed the way they are. Obviously, the idea is to take as much impact energy away from the driver as possible, and the way that the car just basically dismantled itself. I wouldn't call it a disintegration, I would call it more so a disassembly. All of that aspect of parts coming off of the car, it decreases the car's overall mass and therefore its overall momentum, so the impact becomes less and less severe as time goes on. Yes, with Dixon out of the race, Dixon being interviewed now for ABC, Alonso could potentially have a good chance here of doing exceptionally well. Scott Dixon saying it was a wild ride. I definitely believe him there. The field has now resumed behind the safety car. We will expect to see a couple formation laps here, and then we will resume racing here at Indianapolis. Effectively, at this point, the race is restarting from zero. Of course, all of the drivers maintain the positions that they had at the time of the last caution period beginning. However, the cars are cool, the engines have been off, the tires will have cooled back down to ambient temperature, so the process of warming up again begins anew. The order at this point: Alonso, Rossi, Sato, Carpenter, Hunter-Ray, Hildebrand, Kanaan, Castroneves, Andretti, Power, and Mikhail Eloshin there in P11. Graham Rahal P12, Hinchcliffe 13th, Pagenaud 14th, Newgarden 15th, P16 for Servia, 17th for Kimball, Karam 18th, Davison 19th, deputizing for Sebastian Bourdais, Connor Daly in P20, P21, Juan Pablo Montoya, Harvey for P22, P23, Gavi Chavez, P24, Ed Jones, P25, Carlos Munoz, P26, Max Chilton, Pippa Mann in 27th, P28 for Sebastian Saavedra, P19 for Buddy Lazier, 30th for Zach Veach, 31st for Spencer Piggott, and then Scott Dixon and Jay Howard out of the race. We're going to see some pit stops coming up probably right now. I don't believe any service is allowed during a red flag period, but under caution, the pits are open, and Fernando Alonso and a whole bunch of other cars now dive toward the pit lane. Alonso, Sato, and Rossi all in. Watching the pit stop here for Fernando Alonso. 4 tires and fuel. That should be good for Alonso up to about lap 80 or so. Every driver gets his own pit box in IndyCar. This is the same for NASCAR as well. It is unlike Formula One, where each team gets a pit stall. At Indy, every driver, every car gets a pit stall. Yes, Alonso does hold position from the lead. I believe the other cars that did not pit were at least one lap down. About 2 laps away from the restart. I am not planning on doing a live stream of the Coke 600. I'm slightly out of my element here with IndyCar. NASCAR, I truly would not have any idea as to what's going on, such as my unfamiliarity with that series for the most part. Plus, that's bound to be about a 4-hour race, so no, I don't want to do anything for the Coke 600. In replay here, in the pit lane, Tony Kanaan. Wow, the fuel hose guy. He had a slip as he was trying to get the nozzle into the car there. That was almost a scary situation.
Get connected. How do you rectify it? Yep. And it is under a yellow, so it's not that big of a penalty.
One lap to the restart. We're coming up to the restart here.
The restart, Ed Jones has had an extended stop on the pit lane. The rookie, one of the 4 rookies in the race.
Jones into the pits and out. Meanwhile, the field now forms up behind Fernando Alonso through turn 4 as we come back to the green flag here at Indianapolis. Green flag is up. We are racing again at Indy, working lap 60 of 200. The order is Alonso, Rossi, Sato, Carpenter, and Hunter-Reay, your top 5. A gaggle going back further in the field there. Everybody making it through turn 1 unscathed, it appears. There's a little bit of dust on the outside of the track that was brought on there by the recovery vehicles, as well as some of that oil dry down in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Everybody making it through turns 1 and 2, it does appear. Indeed, they have. Alonso and Rossi already pulling away from the rest of the pack. Again, the gaggle continues through the midfield. Everybody just trying to find their groove once again after having sat in the pit lane for such a long duration. Coming down to complete lap 61. Rossi making a move for the lead, and he takes it from Fernando Alonso. We'll see if Alonso is able to stick with Rossi. I do believe he will. The Andretti teammates will probably resume the leapfrog strategy that we saw before the caution. Takuma Sato now picking up a draft on Fernando Alonso. Will Sato attempt to move into turn 1? Wouldn't put it past him. We all know that Sato loves to go for an opportunity. Indeed, he does go alongside Fernando Alonso into turn 1. Alonso lets him through. No use fighting at this point. As long as Alonso can stay in touch with Sato and Rossi, he is just where he needs to be. Ryan Hunter-Reay now having a look at Fernando Alonso, and he does take Fernando Alonso into turn 3 down at the end of the back straight. Alonso going backwards here in the early running in the restarted Indy 500. On board with Graham Rahal, that wonderful camera on his helmet once again. Alonso still hanging with the lead pack there. He's doing everything he needs to do. Rossi squeezing down on Ryan Hunter-Reay a little bit, almost into the grass there, into turn 1. Be careful, Ryan. You don't want to get your left side wheels on the grass, not in one of these things, and certainly not at these speeds. Alonso doing everything he needs to do. We saw him go backwards at the start of this race, and I think we're seeing some similar teething problems here, just trying to get himself back up to speed, trying to figure out what he's got underneath him. He is coming back on form, though. He's not dropping back anymore. He is hanging with that lead pack just behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. Alonso is okay. Juan Pablo Montoya absolutely setting the world on fire down in the backfield. Montoya now running in P14. Whoa! Car into the wall, turn 3. Single car incident, nobody else involved. It is car number 4. It is Connor Daly. Connor Daly had just set fastest lap of the race at 224.998 miles per hour. Connor Daly into the wall here. He does appear to be okay. He's still attempting to drive that car on 2 wheels. He has now come to a stop. Caution is out. We have another car off. Not entirely sure where. Believe it is the number 50 of Jack Harvey that is also out in this incident. I don't know if he was involved with Max Chilton at all, or if there were 2 separate incidents. We're waiting for a replay. It is confirmed, number 50, Jack Harvey, the second car out here. Don't want to say involved here because I don't know if there is a connection between these 2 incidents yet. In replay here, what happened? Connor Daly going up the outside into turn 3. He makes contact very lightly with Charlie Kimball, I believe. And Chilton did not make contact with anybody else after his initial contact and then into the wall. So apparently 2 incidents here which are unrelated to each other. Still trying to figure out what happened to Jack Harvey. We've not seen in replay what happened to that number 50 car. Jack Harvey is out of the car, and the car is now being craned away. Still have not clearly seen what happened there. The nose cone is missing from Jack Harvey's car, so he definitely made contact, perhaps with the barrier. Connor Daly's car stranded on the circuit as of the moment. The right side wheels are completely torn off, so the car is not rollable. They'll have to crane it away and then put it on a flatbed truck. Also, there's some oil coming down onto the circuit now from Daly's car. They're mopping that up as well, so this will be a few laps here. Now finally getting to see what happened to Jack Harvey coming into turn 3.
After the crash, watch it sort of the back end of the
Daly goes into the wall into 3. And then Harvey Harvey hits debris from Connor Daly. That's what happened. Then Harvey spears off to the inside and hits the inside wall rear first. So Jack Harvey, the innocent victim here, running into, I believe, the front wing, actually, of Connor Daly. This is absolutely an exciting race. I dare say it's more exciting than Monaco was this morning. I'm normally not a big fan of oval racing, but this is really cool to see. I obviously am very attracted to this because of Fernando Alonso's position, but there's been a lot of drama here so far. We had an interesting strategic battle in the first stint of the race, and then the first caution period, of course, brought out by that big incident for Scott Dixon, and now the second incident for our second caution period. This will take another lap or so to clean up. I'm not anticipating any pit stops from the front runners, as they pitted quite recently under the previous caution, so we're going to see ourselves some interesting time at the moment. Takuma Sato, currently your race leader, followed by Alexander Rossi, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Fernando Alonso, and J.R. Hildebrand. Fastest lap currently owned by Connor Daly at 2:24.998. Daly, of course, is out of the race. He brought out this second caution. Murray Walker commentating IndyCar. I can't think of a more sacrilegious statement ever. But if he were commentating this race, he would definitely say how well everybody is turning right. I can't really do a Murray Walker impersonation. My voice does not go that high. But yes, we'd certainly be in for a bunch of Murrayisms, that is for sure. Everybody making incredibly accurate right turns, and I will stop the start watch. Honestly, I would like to hear what Martin Brundle would have to say about this sort of racing. I don't know if he's ever had any excursions into oval racing. I don't believe so. It certainly would be interesting to get his take on this. Yes, Mark Blundell has raced in IndyCar. He's started the Indy 500 a couple times. Martin Brundle, though, I don't believe he's had any sort of experience with IndyCar. Race control handing out a penalty for Helio Castroneves. He apparently accelerated too soon and made an overtake before the green flag was displayed on the last restart. Speaking of Helio Castroneves, there's a slight amount of damage to his car. He's lost one of the winglets on the rear end, and also you can still see the sticker on his right rear tire, so that does give you an idea of just how slowly these guys are running behind the safety car. They're not really wearing the tires out at all, so getting those tires up to temperature in the first couple of laps after that restart is very critical. We'll continue to see if Fernando Alonso has any more problems with those with that warm-up. We'll see if he loses any more positions here on the restart. I certainly hope he does not, as he is currently running P4 and in a very good position here. Yes, Fernando Alonso, the young Frenchman driving the yellow Ferrari, has won at Daytona here at the Monaco Grand Prix. Yeah, at that rate, I think Brundle would just drop the mic and head home. Yes, the pairing between Murray Walker and Martin Brundle was absolutely great for the British broadcasters. The chemistry between them two was just excellent, and obviously the banter they used to get into was great. Brundle obviously respecting Murray for his talent and his essentially legendary status, but Brundle tends to keep his head about him a little bit more, as you would expect from a racing driver, so oftentimes Murray would say something absolutely ridiculous, and Brundle would chime in and say, actually, Murray, that's whatever. So, yeah. Even better, though, Murray Walker and James Hunt. I found a very, very cool compilation the other day. James Hunt's commentary overlaid on top of Pastor Maldonado's crashes. It was absolutely great. Obviously, James Hunt was talking about Andrea De Cesaris, who was similar to Maldonado in many respects, although De Cesaris had a very good year in 1991 driving that Jordan, but Hunt, of course, saying things like, look at this idiot, why is he allowed to drive a Grand Prix car because he shouldn't be, things like that. It was absolutely great. Hearing from Connor Daly now in replay. Yes, Connor Daly saying that he just lost it from being a little bit too high up in the groove there in turn 3. He did not say that there was any contact with anybody else. We couldn't quite see that clearly from the replays that we saw, but Daly did not mention contact, so I venture to say it was just him being a little bit too high. Lights are out on the safety car, and we do appear to be headed for a restart here on lap 75 of 200. Safety car is pulled off. We are coming to the green flag once again here, and we are green at Indianapolis. We are racing again. Let's watch Fernando Alonso on the restart. Can he maintain momentum here? We've seen him lose out twice now at the start. Let's see if he's learned how to deal with that. Of course, everybody's in the same boat here with the tires coming up to temperature, and then, of course, just trying to find the rhythm once again, getting back under green flag running. James Hinchcliffe absolutely setting the world on fire in the midfield, and things are very harum-scarum there in the mid-pack down the back straight. Keep it clean, guys. Guys are 4 abreast down going into turn 3. That has got to quiet down. On board with Will Power, currently running in 21st position. Into turn 4. Everybody holding station there. Just be careful, guys. Alexander Rossi, meanwhile, has taken over the lead from Takuma Sato. Sato is down 2 spots from the restart position. Sato currently running in P3. Ryan Hunter-Reay up to 2nd. Fernando Alonso maintaining position in 4th. Fernando Alonso having a look at Takuma Sato into turn 1. Easy pass for Alonso. Tony Kanaan has gone up the inside of Takuma Sato as well into turn 1. Looking for confirmation of that, and indeed he has. Tony Kanaan has passed Takuma Sato. Ryan Hunter-Reay with a run on Alexander Rossi for the lead, and he makes the pass stick. Ryan Hunter-Reay, your new leader. Fernando Alonso still holding station in P3. Alonso with a big run on Alexander Rossi, but he's going up to the outside. That's not going to work. Alonso wisely backing out of it and getting back down into the groove through turn 3. Does not want to do what Connor Daly just did. Coming down start-finish now, Alonso still in that tow from Alexander Rossi in front. I don't believe he's quite close enough to try an overtake into 1. Indeed, he is not. Alonso holding station behind Rossi into the first corner here. Fernando Alonso definitely able to hold station here with the leaders. Alonso has a very good car underneath him here working lap 80. So far, so good. Because of that last caution period, a lot of fuel saving has undoubtedly occurred among the front runners. If we had stayed green, I would have been expecting pit stops right around now. However, perhaps we could push that back as many as 10 laps. So look for pit stops in about 9 to 10 laps time here from the front runners, unless they were able to save even more fuel than that. We shall see. Caution is out. Apparently there is debris on the front straightaway. Indeed there is. It is essentially right on the inside of the racing line going into turn 1. It appears to be It appears to be a winglet of some sort. It looks like one of those winglets that you would see on the rear wing, the outboard sections of the rear wing, where they run those small canard wings. It appears to be one of those. Don't run it over anyone. That would cut your tire down in a hurry. Can we find it here? Yes, there it is. Just on the inside of the racing line, headed into turn 1. And can we even identify which car it came from? I cannot tell. It is blue on the top side, however. Not entirely sure which car it came from, but there it is, laying in the start-finish straight. It appears that winglet has come off of the car of Marco Andretti. We'll see if that affects him at all. They are going to be changing the rear wing on Marco Andretti's car in the next pit stop when the pit lane opens. Whole bunch of cars now entering the pit lane here under caution. Almost the entire field now entering the pit lane. I'm counting maybe 7 cars remaining out on track. Everybody into the pits, including our leaders. Will Power for the moment inherits the race lead. Watching Fernando Alonso here into the pit stall, pulling in very measuredly. Very nice, as we can see here. 4 tires and fuel for Alonso. Alonso is out of the pits without incident. Very good. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Alexander Rossi also resuming. Good pit stops by all. Our leaders should now be good into about lap 100, lap 105. Yes, IndyCar fanboy, this is certainly a very scintillating affair at Indianapolis. I was not expecting it to be this engaging of a race, but it certainly got my attention. After the pit stop rotation, the order for the top 10 is as follows: Will Power, Max Chilton, Helio Castroneves, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alexander Rossi, Fernando Alonso, Tony Kanaan, Joseph Newgarden, Graham Rahal, and Takuma Sato. Power, Chilton, and Castroneves have not stopped on that previous caution, and now we are coming down for the restart once again here at Indianapolis. The green flag is out, and we are racing. Leaders are all bunched up with some lap traffic, as well as the guys who have not stopped. Alonso being forced out to the outside here. Be careful, Fernando. Cold tires, and you're on the outside line. Watch out. Alonso now slotting in behind Alexander Rossi once again. Hopefully he can just stick with his teammate. This is very tense stuff here at the restart. Alonso sticking to Alexander Rossi like glue. He is following Rossi through every move he makes down the straight here, not wanting to sacrifice that toe. Max Chilton inherits the race lead at this time. Again, he has not yet stopped. Ryan Hunter-Reay looking at Max Chilton for the lead. Chilton has the inside line here. However, he backs out of it and allows Hunter-Reay through. Ryan Hunter-Reay, your new leader. On board with Fernando Alonso, looking at Will Power just ahead. Alexander Rossi, we were on board there. I beg your pardon. Coming down start-finish once again. Fernando Alonso looking at Will Power. Alonso looks like he will make that pass stick over Will Power. Indeed he does. Alonso back down to the inside in turn 1. Very good. Alonso continuing to march up the field, back up to P5 where he started. He's lost touch with his teammate Alexander Rossi, so he will have to fight by himself to get back up to the front. We all know Alonso can do it. Alonso's next target is Max Chilton. I do not expect him to have any trouble disposing of Chilton. He'll just have to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, he's going to have to worry about Helio Castroneves behind him. Castroneves had a look into turn 3 and thought better of it. Alonso is unfortunately going to be a sitting duck into turn 1 given his current position. He's not quite close enough to Max Chilton to get as good a toe as Castroneves will get on Alonso behind. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi looking at Ryan Hunter-Reay, not quite close enough to attempt a move. Alexander Rossi with the fastest lap, 225.813 miles per hour. Alonso now better set up on Max Chilton heading into turn 4. He'll probably try his signature turn 1 pass here. Alonso going up to the outside again. That worked on Castroneves, and will it work on Max Chilton? It does not. Alonso went high. That is not the ideal place to be, and Chilton is able to hold Alonso behind. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi has taken the lead from Ryan Hunter-Reay. Alonso's going to have to figure out another way if he's going to pass Max Chilton. Going up the outside into turn 1 is not going to work. And Chilton knows that. He's defending that inside line for all he's worth. Alonso's going to have to try something different. Max Chilton, however, has not stopped. He did not stop on that previous caution. Therefore, perhaps Alonso can bide his time. However, as I say that, Alonso is going side by side with Chilton down the back straight. Alonso would have the inside for turn 3, however he backs out of the maneuver. In terms of horsepower, these cars have about 750 horsepower. Fernando Alonso with a big run on Chilton coming out of turn 2. He lost the momentum, though, having to turn the car inside a little bit more to avoid Chilton. Alonso trying down the inside into turn 3, and he's done it. Alonso has passed Max Chilton. Ryan Hunter-Reay has taken the lead once again from Alexander Rossi. The order: Hunter-Reay, Rossi, Castroneves, Alonso, Chilton, Kanaan, Newgarden, Rahal, Montoya, and Power, your top 10. Helio Castroneves, meanwhile, has managed to dispose of both Ryan Hunter-Reay and Alexander Rossi and has taken the lead of the race. Leader, Helio Castroneves. Fernando Alonso has also passed Alexander Rossi for P3. We're in commercial break, of course, and we don't know what is going on here with Alexander Rossi. He's gone backwards in a hurry. Hopefully it's just a strategic move and he doesn't have a problem. Again, I cannot see. Meanwhile, Juan Pablo Montoya has moved up to P10. One has to wonder if Alexander Rossi has dropped back intentionally to go back and try to help Fernando Alonso move up through the field. I would not put that past them. Of course, the teammates there needing to work together still as we approach the halfway point in this race. Ryan Hunter-Reay looking at Helio Castroneves in the lead. It's not close enough to attempt to move into turn one. Alexander Rossi right there behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. Fernando Alonso now behind Rossi. Meanwhile, Pastor Maldonado in the Life L190 has managed to bin the car up in the upper levels of the grandstands. We're not entirely sure how that happened, and apparently an oil well has also been struck in that grandstand. A whole bunch of Venezuelan money is now pouring out of it all over the crowd. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi disposes of Ryan Hunter-Reay for P2. Helio Castroneves remains your race leader at this point. Rossi still the fastest car on track. Fernando Alonso still in P4 behind Rossi. Teammates hopefully will be able to work together again. Fernando Alonso now behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay retakes Rossi for P2. Both of these guys now pursuing Helio Castroneves. I don't know what sort of strategy Castroneves is on. I think he pitted out of sync with everybody else in the last pit stop rotation. Maldonado's Indy 500 would be measured in centimeters, I believe. Helio Castroneves, as I speak, he comes into the pit lane. Ryan Hunter-Reay retakes the race lead. Everybody moves up a spot. Alonso laps Spencer Pigot there, taking a tow along the way. Will Power into the pits, as is Max Chilton, I believe. Power and Chilton both out of the pits now. 7.6 seconds for Power, 7.8 for Chilton. Power gets out ahead. Fernando Alonso now sort of running by himself there. Got to be careful in that clean air. He needs to back up to the lead pack again. Perhaps he'll get some help from these cars coming out of the pits in terms of picking up a tow. Max Chilton having a little trouble coming up to speed. Alonso needs to watch out there he doesn't get stuck behind Chilton. Alonso still running behind Chilton on the road. At least he's picking up a draft here. Meanwhile, Charlie Kimball in the pits, 4 tires and fuel. Good stop without incident. Ryan Hunter-Reay getting around Alexander Rossi to retake the lead. Fernando Alonso about to fall victim here to Graham Rahal. Indeed he does into turn 3. Fernando, this stint not working out as well for him as his last stint. However, it is still somewhat early days here. At least one more pit stop to come. Last time to make some adjustments there. Blue flags now being waved for the lap traffic. I believe Graham Rahal races for the Rahal Letterman team. Alexander Rossi to the pits. Four tires and fuel for Alexander Rossi. Lots of fuel on board. Are they going to try to do something crazy and make it to the end here? I don't think it's quite possible at this stage, but if we get a long caution period, who knows? Ryan Hunter-Reay also into the pits from the lead. Fernando Alonso also in the pit lane. 4 tires and fuel for the Spaniard. How does this stop go? Can we see any adjustments being done on the car? Not visually. Fueling is done. little bit slow on the rear tires there. 9.4 second stop for Fernando Alonso.
When drivers are coming in the pit lane, you saw guys reaching in front of their visor.
Graham Rahal also into the pits. We're just waiting for timing and scoring to shake out here through the pit stop rotation. Alonso and Rossi still running together here in 10th and 11th. Teammates still working together. Ryan Hunter-Reay is in a class of his own at the moment. He has put on a gap to the tune of about 6 seconds to Alexander Rossi in second place. Fernando Alonso up a spot into third here. Good strategy calls all around so far from the Andretti guys. I don't know about you guys, but I think we're pretty much due for another caution here. I just hope that Fernando Alonso is not the reason for it. The order currently running: Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alexander Rossi, Fernando Alonso, Helio Castroneves, Will Power, Joseph Newgarden, Tony Kanaan, Takuma Sato, Graham Rahal, and Juan Pablo Montoya, your top 10. Yes, they do spray some water around the fuel nozzle on the car after refueling. It's just to clean up any fuel that may have spilled onto the bodywork to prevent a little flash fire when the fuel runs down to the hot exhausts. Fernando Alonso. Alonso manages to take second place from Alexander Rossi. Alonso back up into second, effectively leading this pack now because Ryan Hunter-Reay is so far in front of everybody else. Alonso manages to lap Spencer Pigot again. Pigot running very slowly. And we've got damage on the front end of the number 18 car. The front wing is flapping about wildly, and that's not something you want running around at these speeds. Number 18 car being driven by James Davison. They're going to be giving him the black and orange flag here. That front wing flapping around very violently there. It's unsettling the entire car, as we can see from the onboard shots. If that wing were to let go in a corner, it would not be a good situation at all. They need to get that car into the pits for repairs. James Davison stays out. He made contact with the number 18 car of Oriol Servia going down into turn 1, and that dislodged the front wing on that thing. They definitely need to get that car. Big accident down on the backstretch out of turn 2. Cannot identify the car at this point. You can also not see if anybody else is involved. It is the number 44 car of Buddy Lazier. He has made contact with the outside barriers out of turn 2. The caution is out. Not clear at this point what has happened. Safety crew is immediately on the scene. I have to say, these Indy safety crews are very, very good at responding, and that was a big hit. It looks like he got sideways around the exit of turn 2 and then crashed in almost exactly the same manner as Sebastien Bourdais did in qualifying. We do know how high the speed is at that section of the track. Hopefully Buddy Lazier is okay. Getting some replay now, seeing what happened to Buddy. He's already sideways coming in with this shot, and he makes heavy frontal contact with the outside barrier there. He had already spun around once, and the nose of the car snapped around and caught the end of the barrier there. We will see how Buddy is doing here. Just lost it all by himself. It was a sudden snap moment of oversteer, though. I'm not entirely sure he didn't have a tire go down or something break on the car, because it was a very sudden lurch over to driver's right, accompanied by that spin. On board with Will Power, Buddy Lazier just in front. Yes, snap oversteer, and the car just spins around. Crashed all by himself. Field remains under caution here as they pick their way through the debris field at the exit of turn 2. This will definitely bunch the field up behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. Fernando Alonso in second place. Alonso's last lap was almost a full mile an hour faster than Hunter-Reay's. Of course, Hunter-Reay running in clear air in the front does not have the benefit of the draft. The car that crashed was number 44 of Buddy Lazier. Whole bunch of cars into the pits. Max Chilton leading them onto pit lane. And we have confirmation that Buddy Lazier is out of the car and okay. Yes, IndyCar does use a wet weather compound for the road races only. Getting a close shot of the rear of Elio Castroneves' car. I can't tell if there's any damage to those little winglets on the rear wing. Castroneves only has one on it on the right-hand side of the wing. I'm not sure if there was originally one on the left side as well. I would assume that you would want two on there, but at very least you'd want one on the left end plate, given the way the air runs across the car in the corners, but Kanaan only with one winglet there on his rear wing on the right side. Yes, if the FIA were in charge of sanctioning this race, I think they would approach it from a carbon-neutral standpoint, and therefore the drivers would have to be running pedal cars for 500 miles. And they'd all have to buy carbon credits beforehand so that they can offset their pollution that they produced by being transported to and from the speedway. Meanwhile, a car has stopped, I believe, in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Cannot identify who it is that has stopped. It is Sage Karam who has stopped on track. Seems like he's trying to negotiate with the marshals to get his car restarted. I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. I have seen the marshals restart these cars when they have stopped on track before, but seems like a complete loss of power for Sage Karam, and he has pulled the steering wheel out and he is going to climb out. So this caution is going to continue for a bit longer now that we have another car to recover. Working lap 127 of 200 here at Indianapolis. The order: Hunter Ray, Alonso, Rossi, Castroneves, Kanaan, Sato, Power, Montoya, Newgarden, Alushin, and Carpenter, your top 11 there.
Thing from last year was winning the Indianapolis 500.
I would say everybody has about one pit stop remaining at this point. Now you can push that farther and farther back with the more laps you run under caution. If you're listening carefully, you'll hear that most of the drivers are dropping the cars into neutral as they're coasting down the straights here. Again, that's going to save just a little bit more gas. But you are going to have to make another pit stop here, probably around, for the guys who have not stopped yet, probably around lap 131 to 134 or so. For the guys who have stopped, they might be able to make it up into the 150s or 160s, and then it's going to be an economy run to the end. Alexander Rossi obviously managed to do that last year. However, we've got a few drivers now in position to win this race, including Fernando Alonso, so we'll see how they're able to deal with that fuel economy after this next round of pit stops. Also, it'll be interesting here in this last round of pit stops, potentially the last round of pit stops here, it depends on that fuel mileage, of course. How do they trim these cars out for the end of the race? Do you take out some wing? Do you add a little bit more negative camber to the rear? Do you play with the weight jacker? There are a few things that you can do to try and trim these cars out for the last stint, which is effectively a sprint to the finish. How does Fernando react to this? This is a completely novel situation for him. Is he in a position to do something spectacular here? Ryan Hunter-Reay had a commanding lead before this caution period. However, all of that has effectively evaporated now with the field bunched up behind the safety car. Sage Karam's car has now been recovered and is now coming back to the pits, standing by for the restart here. Getting a statement from race control, drive-through penalty for car number 18. That is James Davison. Failure to obey race control. We were talking about him before the caution came out. His front wing was flapping around wildly down the straights. He did not recover to the pits as ordered to do. He's now going to serve a penalty for that. I'm unfamiliar with any Formula One team ever using a W16. I don't know anything about that. Am I missing a bit of F1 history here? Meanwhile, we are racing again now at Indianapolis. Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to lead the field. Fernando Alonso still running in second. Yes, Life ran a W12, not a W16. By the way, that W12 engine was horrifically unreliable as well as very slow. It only put out about 450 horsepower. The top cars of that era were putting out 700 plus. Fernando Alonso, now the race leader, overtaking Ryan Hunter-Reay in his signature Turn 1 pass. Alonso resuming the race lead once again here on lap 131. Caution is out once again. Debris in turn 4. Fernando Alonso, your race leader. At this point, you dive into the pits. This is effectively free pit stop time. There is substantial debris into turn 4. Alonso, do not run it over. Alonso wisely avoids it. Very good. What do you do with strategy? You don't have enough fuel, even at full tanks, to make it all the way to the end of the race, even at this point. But do you dive into the pits, top it off for all it's worth, and then hope you get more caution so you can save that gas and try to coast to the end like Rossi did last year? Or do you stay out and wait for that pit stop under green when you know you can make it on fuel? I don't know what you call at this point. The pit lane is still closed at the moment regardless. And now the pit lane is open, and 2 cars coming in. 3 cars coming in, and that's it. Everybody else staying out. Under our 5th caution here at Indianapolis, working lap 133. The order: Fernando Alonso, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alexander Rossi, Elio Castroneves, Tony Kanaan, Takuma Sato, Joseph Newgarden, Oriol Servia, Will Power, Juan Pablo Montoya. Your top 10. Now, it's been a very long time for Fernando Alonso following the safety car in the lead of a race. I'm sure he's even enjoying this right now. And in case any of you are wondering, Takuma Sato currently owns the fastest lap at 225.896 miles per hour. Takuma Sato classified in P6 at the moment. Yes, Alonso's last pit stop, more likely than not, is going to happen under green, so it's gotta be good. Thankfully for him, all of the cars around him are more or less on the same strategy, so it's just about who can wait the longest to get into the pit lane here. Coming to the restart here at Indianapolis. Alonso has backed the field up. Safety car is about to pull off out of turn 4. Fernando Alonso becoming the pace car here. Alonso leading from a restart for the first time in a long time. Coming to the green here. Don't jump the green flag. Alonso has gone. Alexander Rossi was looking at Ryan Hunter-Reay in the backfield there. Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to consolidate that position. Indeed, he has Hunter-Reay looking at Fernando Alonso into turn 1. He thinks better of it. Alonso leading out of turn 1 into turn 2. Ryan Hunter-Reay all over Fernando's gearbox. How does Fernando do on this restart in clean air? I do not think he's going to be able to maintain this lead for long because he does not have that draft advantage indeed. Ryan Hunter-Reay looking up the inside of Fernando Alonso into turn 3. Alonso lets him go, and Alonso tucks in behind for the draft from Hunter-Reay. It'll be about 2 laps before the tires completely come back up to temperature and pressure. Everybody holding station here on the restart. This is the critical time. All of your strategists now crunching the numbers, trying to figure out when do you come in. And do you take the risk of short fueling the car at all? Fernando Alonso looking at Ryan Hunter-Reay up the inside into turn 1. Easy move by Fernando Alonso. Hunter-Reay backed out of that very early on. He's almost fallen back down into the clutches of Alexander Rossi at the moment, who is looking at Hunter-Reay through the exit of turn 2. On board with Helio Castroneves now behind Alexander Rossi in P4. Rossi looking at Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's going down the inside, down the back straight. Move done. Rossi and Alonso now running 1 and 2. We have smoke from a car in front. It is Ryan Hunter-Reay with an engine problem. Ryan Hunter-Reay, smoke out of the right cylinder bank on that Honda engine. Hunter-Reay out of the race. The right bank on that Honda V6 has given up. Ryan Hunter-Reay grinds to a halt. The car apparently stuck in gear. That's the first engine failure we have seen today, and it is a Honda. Now, working lap 138 of 200, you've just seen a Honda engine let go. If you are Fernando Alonso and Alexander Rossi, what is going through your mind? Do you pit? Do you worry about reliability? What happens here? We have about 60 laps to the end. That is not enough time for one more stop. You need a little bit more time here running. Can't make it on one stop here. On board with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Yes, the engine lets go in a blink of an eye. The right bank definitely sounded like there was a failure someplace on the bottom end of that engine. The exhaust note changed quite significantly from one moment to the next, and there was some sparks coming out of the exhaust pipes as well on the left bank. Whole bunch of teams in the pit lane. Are the Andretti McLaren boys among them? I don't see them yet. Yes, Rossi's guys are in the pit lane. Could Andretti be trying to split their strategies now? Pit Rossi and keep Alonso out? You could double your chances here of having a car in the front for the finish. If you're Andretti, perhaps that is a good idea. Now seeing Alonso's team out in the pit lane. I'm not seeing that from the TV. Cars coming into the pit lane now. Hinchcliffe and Chavez in the pits. And Alonso must be in the pit lane as well, as he's now dropping down the leaderboard. Of course, we're in commercial break, so I can't see what's going on. This is a critical pit stop, though. If you have enough fuel left, you might be able to make it to the end. It is going to be really touch and go, but we will see. James Davison up into 4th place on this pit stop rotation. He had to serve that penalty for disobeying the order to come into the pits. Alonso has exited the pits. I assume the stop was without incident, as that seemed like a reasonable time. At this point, I think you almost have to assume that a caution is going to happen toward the end of the race, because we're coming into 60 laps to go and everybody's emotions are going to be running high. If you go green, you're going to have to make another pit stop, though, at around lap 180 or so. So you hope for a caution. Even if you get a caution, though, it's by no means guaranteed that you're going to be able to run to the end, even if you've completely topped off on fuel. So I still think we could be seeing one more pit stop for everybody before this race is over. If somebody is managing to get that sort of fuel mileage, I don't know how they're going to achieve that. We're hearing that Fernando Alonso's pit stop was perfect, so that's good. That's what we want to see. In replay, Alexander Rossi's car having some trouble in the pit stop. They could not get the fuel hose engaged properly the first time off. Took 3 or 4 attempts to get the fuel hose to be engaged there in the nozzle. There is a slight chance that they didn't get as much fuel into Rossi's car as they wanted. Haven't heard anything about that, but whenever you see a problem with the fuel hose there, you'll always have to think about, did they get enough fuel into that car? Penalty for Sebastian Saavedra in P23, unsafe release from the pit box. He will serve a drive-through penalty once we get back under green flag conditions. After the pit stop rotation, the leaderboard in the top 10 is as follows: Max Chilton, Charlie Kimball, J.R. Hildebrand, James Davison, Graham Rahal, Simon Pagenaud, Ed Jones, Marco Andretti, Fernando Alonso, and Tony Kanaan. Our F1 class, Max Chilton obviously in the lead, Alonso P9, Sato P12, Juan Pablo Montoya P13, Alexander Rossi P21. Coming to the restart here, Max Chilton will lead them away to the green flag here, working lap 142 of 200.
Looks like Alonso's
Alonso losing all sorts of track position here going into turn 1. Caution is out once again. What happened here? Getting reports of debris somewhere on the circuit. Ed Carpenter is missing the left-hand main plane of his front wing. We're not sure where that has ended up. That main plane of Ed Carpenter's wing is now in the acceleration lane section, in the grass between the acceleration lane and the racetrack proper, in one of the corners. I believe it may be in turn 1. Ed Carpenter made some contact into turn 1 with Alyoshin, it was. And that caused the damage to his front wing. The left-hand main plane missing there on Ed Carpenter's car. Alyoshin also losing quite a bit of the right-hand side of his car. Expect to see him in the pit lane as well. Nose change in the meanwhile for Ed Carpenter. And Carpenter returning to the racetrack now. Safety car has not yet picked up the race leader. And now I believe it has. Pace car didn't have enough time to get turned around. Alyoshin has stayed out, and don't know if they're going to call him into the pits for that impact damage. The right-hand side pod of that car, the rear section of the side pod, has a big hole punched in it. Actually quite lucky that he didn't lose one of his radiator return lines. You can see it's clearly exposed now with the section of bodywork that's been ripped out. At speed, the air coming into that side pod may well cause a whole bunch of turbulence and could even rip the rest of that bodywork off. So perhaps they should get some tape or something over that hole just to seal it up. Leaderboard at this moment: Charlie Kimball, Max Chilton, J.R. Hildebrand, James Davison, Graham Rahal, Simon Pagenaud, Ed Jones, Marco Andretti, Elio Castroneves, and Oriol Servio your top 10. Tony Kanaan in P11, Fernando Alonso in P12, Juan Pablo Montoya 13th, and Takuma Sato in 14th. That pack is going to be the one to watch, starting with Elio Castroneves and stopping basically at Takuma Sato. Those guys all pitted on the last caution, and they should be good on fuel for quite a while yet, maybe even to lap 160 to 170 even, depending on how much fuel mileage they were able to save here under caution. Alyoshin in the pits, trying to see if they're going to do any sort of reparation work to that side pod. It looks like they indeed are at least looking at it. They are looking at that side pod. They are covering it with some really sticky gaffer tape here, just to seal that up. Again, having that section of bodywork just exposed like that is going to send a whole bunch of high-speed air into that rear section and could totally rip the right rear off of that car. So they've sealed it up as best they can with that tape. There is still a little section opened up toward the bottom of that car, going down to what would be the reference plane area on a Formula 1 car. However, I do think that it should be enough to be under control here. Still under caution here for those of you who are just returning. Back racing here at Indianapolis. Leader is Charlie Kimball. Maybe we can make it half a lap without the caution coming out again. Indeed we have. We have now completed 100% of the race distance we did before the last caution. Fernando Alonso with a run up 5 wide there down into the back straight. Fernando Alonso making up, I think, 2 positions into turn 3. That is absolutely harried stuff. Fernando not being shy. Fernando Alonso is classified at the moment P10. Timing and scoring will need to recycle over start-finish again. Maybe we can get into a rhythm here again. I do think we have another bit of pit stops to come, though. I don't think these guys can make it 50 laps with the fuel they have. Yes, a whole bunch of poo shot out there watching what Fernando Alonso was doing. 5 wide down the backstretch. Montoya is currently classified P15. Fernando Alonso now classified P9. He is behind Tony Kanaan. Graham Rahal in the pits, or lap 150 of 200. I still don't think that's enough time here to make it on fuel, even on full tanks. Do watch Graham Rahal, though, if we see a lengthy caution period once again. Fernando finding his rhythm again. He's doing well. Currently classified P9. He has Tony Kanaan in his sights. Fernando just trying to find that draft once again. He's got to be careful, though, because he has Takuma Sato immediately behind, who is still the fastest car on the racetrack, a full 2 miles per hour per lap faster than Fernando Alonso at this moment. James Davison looking at Charlie Kimball here for second place, and he makes it work. Cool drive by James Davison. On board with Helio Castroneves, currently running in P4, having a look at Charlie Kimball in front of him. Alonso still having a look at Tony Kanaan in front there. We will have to have at least one more pit stop, even if we get a caution. These guys cannot make it to the end. We're getting into that fuel window, though. Under ideal conditions, I would like to pit on around lap 175 and then see if I can make it to the end. Take full tanks, 4 tires, and then go for it. In commercial here, but on board with James Davison. He is running a very solid run at the moment. He's looking at Max Chilton there for the lead. It's a little bit far back at the moment, but he's still picking up a good tow from Chilton in front. Fernando Alonso, meanwhile, still in P9 behind Tony Kanaan and in front of Takuma Sato. If this were Formula One and Alonso were still driving at Ferrari, they would be saying something to him along the lines of, "Okay, Fernando, push now. Use all of your talent. We know how big it is." Now, I try to mock everybody equally here. Alonso running very, very closely. I believe that's with Sato. Alonso holds his position. The caution comes out right now. Everybody is still well and truly screwed. We need about another 8 laps running here under green so that we can be sure we'll make it to the end. However, the first guy to blink into the pits is probably going to be in the hot seat for the win. Who will it be? If your name is Fernando Alonso, do you wait until lap 170 or so and just dive into the pits no matter what happens and just hope everybody else has to stop again? Because if they do, you know what might be waiting for you at the finish line. Fernando Alonso now down to P10. Takuma Sato managed to take that position. There are definitely going to be more yellows here. We still have too much time to the end. There's going to be at least one more caution. I'm going to call that right now. It's just the nature of the beast. Emotions start to run high toward the end of a race, and yeah, there's going to be another caution. It's just a question of when that happens. These guys running at the front, remember, they are out of sequence with the main guys here in the pit window. So even though Max Chilton doing a good job here at the front, I don't expect him to be able to stay there. Again, they have to stop again. Everybody's got to stop again at least one more time, but these guys have to stop sooner. James Davison now taking the lead. Max Chilton now in the pits. Speak of the devil, and there it is. Now, Max Chilton. They're talking about whether or not he can make it to the end, assuming we stay green. If we get a caution, and we go at least 5 laps under caution, I think Chilton could be good on fuel. However, if we stay green, it's going to be close. And as we speak, we get a caution. It is Ed Carpenter with smoke out the back of that car. Charlie Kimball, I beg your pardon. Charlie Kimball with smoke out the back of that car. He is another Honda-powered car, and also the number 40. Number 40 is slow. Zach Veach, the rookie, is trying to make it down into the decel lanes in turn 3. Charlie Kimball and Zach Veach both stopped here. An apparent engine failure for Charlie Kimball. Not entirely sure what happened to Zach Veach. All right, if you are the crew chief for Fernando Alonso, now is the time that you dump into the pits and you just hope beyond hope that you can make it on fuel. You're going to need to save a lot of gas at this point to make it to the end. We have 2 confirmed Honda engine failures today. Zach Veach has a Chevy in the back of his car. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I don't know if it was engine related or something else broke on the car, but he has also stopped. The car is completely switched off, and he's being pushed away into the infield. Pit lane is open.
And there are 2 safety trucks right there as the field's coming to pit road. They stop, get out of the way.
That's a bit of a miscue there by the race organizers. 2 safety vehicles were in the pit entrance as the entire field came into the pits. Be careful, guys. Everybody in the pits trying to watch Fernando Alonso here. Have sight of him now as he's coming down the pit lane. All right, get this car full of gas, get the tires on right, get the wheel nuts done up tight, make sure you've got every possible ounce of fuel in that car. Looks like a clean pit stop for Fernando Alonso. Alright guys, if your stomach wasn't in or not already, it should be now. This is it. That was the last pit stop. It's now or never. Can Fernando Alonso pull off something absolutely ridiculous here in his IndyCar debut? I don't know. I have the feeling that the last car running is going to be the winner. This is right on the ragged edge of what they can get on fuel mileage. If we stay under caution for a few more laps here, we might be able to see something pretty spectacular. However, we are going to see guys running out of fuel toward the end of this race, I guarantee it. Actually, you're right. The FIA would not let that happen. According to the Formula 1 regulations, when you finish a qualifying lap or you finish the race, you need to have at least 1 liter of fuel remaining in the car for scrutineering purposes. So, yeah, you can't run out of fuel at the end of an F1 race anyway. Back racing here at Indianapolis. Alonso still classified here, P9 on the restart. Lots of fast and frantic action again happening down here on the back straight, 4 wide into turn 3. Alonso fighting with Tony Kanaan for P8. 29 to go. We are right here on the ragged edge of that fuel limit. This is going to be something to watch. Anybody in the top 10 right now can win this race. Fernando Alonso picking up some positions. He just passed James Davison, I believe. Yes, he did. Alonso now in P8. Ed Jones and Helio Castroneves going wheel to wheel through 2 corners so far. Wow, that is not lacking in bravery to any extent of the imagination. Whoa! Takuma Sato trying to go for a gap that wasn't there between Jones and Castroneves. He thought better of that one. Takuma Sato, I remember a few years ago, trying to win this race on the final lap against Dario Franchitti. He ended up taking himself and Franchitti out of the race on the final lap, running into the side of Franchitti into turn 1. On board with Fernando Alonso briefly, still looking at Tony Kanaan in front. Keep it on the island, Fernando. You're in a good position here. Sato makes the pass on Serbia. That's for P4. Takuma Sato still the fastest car out on the track, 226.190 miles per hour. Fernando Alonso on the outside of Tony Kanaan into 1. Alonso makes it stick. That was a move and a half, and now Alonso is having a look there at J.R. Hildebrand. Alonso still over the back of J.R. Hildebrand. Max Chilton maintains the race lead over Ed Jones and Helio Castroneves. 24 to go. Alonso trying the outside around Hildebrand into turn 1. He thinks better of it quite wisely. Alonso once again in J.R. Hildebrand's draft down the back straight. Will he try anything into turn 3? I don't think he's close enough, and he is not. Meanwhile, at the front, Takuma Sato has worked his way up into P2 behind Max Chilton. Takuma Sato is on an absolute bonsai rampage at the moment. Beg your pardon, Takuma Sato up into P4 behind Ed Jones. Still, bonsai Takuma Sato. Unbelievable driving. Sato is now in P2. I spoke too soon, but life imitating art. Sato P2 behind Max Chilton. That is a drive if ever I saw one. Fernando Alonso being harried by Tony Kanaan behind. Alonso maintains position. Takuma Sato on Max Chilton into turn 1. Backs out of it. Fernando Alonso. Alonso with smoke out the back of the Andretti McLaren. Has he lost that Honda engine? Fernando Alonso switches off. He parks in the pit lane exit. Smoke out the back of the car of Fernando Alonso. Have we seen Honda engine failure number 3 of this Indy 500?
He acquitted himself very well in his first try at the Indy 500. In the car and out of the car. Yes.
Fernando Alonso out of the Indy 500. Smoke out the back of the car. Why does this scene seem so familiar? He gets a standing ovation from the crowd, however. Well deserved. Fernando Alonso, his first run at Indianapolis, comes to a premature end with an apparent Honda engine failure. Smoke out the right bank of that engine, exactly the same mode of failure it would appear externally as that of Ryan Hunter-Reay. Honda, once again, letting Fernando Alonso down, now at Indianapolis. On board with Alonso. Engine started to misfire a little bit on the lap before. Trying to listen for any obvious signs of failure on this engine. Definite misfire on that engine. And then the engine lets go. Right bank. Sounds like a big end failure on the bottom end of that motor. Just like Ryan Hunter-Reay's failure. Another Honda engine letting go at Indianapolis. If my name is Fernando Alonso at this moment, I'm writing a letter of resignation to McLaren, and I'm going to say, get your shit together, because I am not going to drive another Honda engine for the rest of my life. In the top 10, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Honda engines. 3 Honda engines have let go so far in this race. I try not to be somebody who casts aspersions in anybody's direction here, but Honda cannot race anymore. They completely have lost all ability to manufacture and design reliable engines. They do not have what it takes to be involved in top-level motorsport any longer. 3 failures today at Indianapolis, and we all know what happens here in Formula One when race after race McLaren have DNFs due to poor Honda reliability. Honda needs to go away right now. Meanwhile, back to racing here at Indianapolis. Max Chilton leads from Takuma Sato, Ed Jones, Elio Castroneves, and Jair Hildebrand, your top 5. Trouble in turn 1 on the exit. Lots of cars involved in this one. I am counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars involved directly in this accident. There was a lot of contact there after the initial impacts into the walls. Trying to see who is involved here. Will Power is definitely involved. James Hinchcliffe is also involved in this one. I hope my eyes deceived me there because I thought I saw a car on top of another car at one point around the cockpit area. I certainly hope I did not see that. On board with James Hinchcliffe, he's signaling that he is okay. Doctor's asking him some questions there. Seems like he is responding well and he is okay. Number 16 car of Oriol Servia. Servia's climbing out. Still trying to confirm the other cars involved in this. Joseph Newgarden also involved. He also seems okay. Newgarden may be trying to get restarted here. Will Power is out of the car. At this point, I agree. Fuel is going to be fine. At this point, we have 2 Formula One drivers in the top 2. That is certainly a good thing to see regardless. James Davison also involved in that accident. I was right. The fairings across the rear wheels came across the top of Servia's car in front of the cockpit there. However, there does not appear to be any incursion into the cockpit. That was certainly a good thing. Joseph Newgarden did get into the inside wall there. It seemed to be a square hit, though. He may not have any suspension damage. I'm not sure if he was able to be restarted. It does appear that everybody involved in the latest incident is okay. We're now, we have the drivers out of the cars and we're recovering those cars now. Yeah, I don't understand how Fernando can take this either. He needs to resign from McLaren, to be entirely honest with you. Yes, it would take him out of racing for a little while, but he does not deserve to be in this situation. At this point, I think maybe I think maybe even Honda should be willing to pay him not to drive the car, because it's just so ridiculous. So many engine failures for Fernando Alonso in Formula One and now in IndyCar. This is absolutely ridiculous. I am livid. I'll tell you one thing, I will never buy a Honda. I know their road cars are good, but nope, I will never buy a Honda now, because every time I got in it, I would be thinking about McLaren in 2017. Never. Haha, the Russians hacked Honda. That'll be the next storyline. Well, Mikhail Alushin is running a Honda engine as well. We'll see if he's able to make any progress here. I agree. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Honda can't do anything right anymore. How did that happen? We know how dominant they were in the early 90s when they had that McLaren partnership, and of course through the 80s as well with Senna and Prost. They were unbeatable in 1988. Not even the slightest figment of that pedigree anymore. I've never seen anything like this before. In a cruel twist of fate, had Fernando Alonso been driving at Monaco this morning, I think he probably would have scored points, because Jenson Button was running okay until he ran into Pascal Wehrlein, and Stoffel Van Dorn just binned it on his own accord. Alonso would not have done that, and Alonso probably would have been running in P10, if not a little bit higher, so the gamble came up snake eyes for Fernando Alonso. "13 laps to go here. We're still under caution. It's going to be a wild and crazy dash to the finish here between Max Chilton and Takuma Sato. I know that Sato will be trying everything." Interview with Alonso. Fernando able to contain his bitterness here. Obviously, he is very disappointed here, but he's thanked everybody at Andretti, and he's thanked the Speedway. He did not thank Honda or McLaren, however. Meanwhile, the restart now. 11 laps to go. Sato looking at Chilton into turn 1. Thinks better of it. There's some speedy dry down in turn 2. Everybody gets through it okay. Helio Castroneves makes the pass on Ed Jones for P3. Sato appears to be consolidated that second place, and he's looking at Chilton for the lead. However, Chilton blocks him smartly into turn 1. Sato now has to think about Helio Castroneves, who is absolutely flying with his hopefully reliable Chevrolet engine. This is really harried stuff now, getting to 10 laps to go in this race. Helio Castroneves is lurking there behind Takuma Sato. Will we see another Honda engine expire here? I certainly hope not. Max Chilton is driving the widest car I have ever seen at Indianapolis. Takuma Sato alongside for the lead. Will he be able to out-drag Chilton into turn 1? He does not. Max Chilton continuing to hold the lead here. Helio Castroneves is all over the back of Takuma Sato now with 9 laps to go down the back straight. Will Castroneves try something into 3? He's gone high. Sato maintains his line low. Castroneves makes the pass on Takuma Sato through turn 3 on the outside. Castroneves has an absolutely hooked up car. Castroneves now looking at Max Chilton. Will Chilton be able to keep the block on? 8 more laps to go. Chilton blocking into turn 1. He maintains the lead for now, but Castroneves is coming. Max Chilton still weaving this way and that way, trying to keep Helio Castroneves behind. We come down into turn 3. We know Helio can make a move stick down the outside through a corner. Chilton maintains the lead through turn 3, heading through the short chute into turn 4. Sato still lurking behind Castroneves. He's not quite able to stay right up on his gearbox, however. There will be a tow down the start-finish straight. Sato tucks into said tow. Will we try to see something into turn 1 from Takuma Sato? He's looking at Castroneves up the outside. Castroneves blocks. Chilton maintains the lead. 7 to go.
Previously, we've seen all the passes going into one because they...
Helio right on the back end of Chilton. He's gone for the outside into turn 3. Will he make this move stick? Yes, he does. Helio Castroneves takes the lead of the Indy 500 with 7 laps to go. Following him are Max Chilton and Takuma Sato. All bets are off. Sato now looking at Max Chilton down the start-finish straight. Sato leading by a nose with 6 laps to go. Will he consolidate that pass into turn 1? Yes, he does. Max Chilton now having to worry about Ed Jones behind. Helio Castroneves has managed to gap the field slightly. Call it about a third of a second between Castroneves and Sato. Takuma Sato is closer to Castroneves than he was on the previous lap. He's going to the outside for a pass for the lead down start finish. Sato currently leading now, heading into turn 1. Sato in the lead. I think that pass for the lead may have been a little bit early on Sato's part. However, Castroneves now has the draft. The leading car here always at a slight disadvantage. Sato putting a gap on Helio Castroneves, however. Is Helio just being a little conservative? Cool the tires down ever so slightly for a last-minute charge on Takuma Sato. Castroneves again with a big tow. Four laps to go. Takuma Sato, he's been in this position before at the end of the Indy 500. It's never worked out for him. Castroneves with a good draft down the start-finish straight. Can Sato make this car very wide? We shall see. 3 to go. If we're going to see a pass for the win from Helio Castroneves, it's going to happen on this lap or the next. Helio, I think, is playing a bit of a psychological game with Sato. He's holding back ever so slightly, I think trying to get Sato into a false sense of security. Helio is going to try a move, however. Will he do it this time or next? Helio in the draft. He looks like he is trying a position. Sato putting the block on every which way. However, Helio up the outside here into turn 1. He backs out of it. Sato maintains the lead. 2 to go through turn 1. Ed Jones now looking at Helio Castroneves for P2. Castroneves now has to budget his resources, paying attention to the front and the rear. 1.5 to go for Takuma Sato. The white flag flies. Takuma Sato in the lead. If Elio has anything up his sleeve, it has to come out right now. This is the last lap of the 2017 Indy 500. Takuma Sato leads 0.3 of a second in front of Elio Castroneves as the field comes through turn 2 and down the back straight for the final time. Elio not quite close enough to attempt to move into turn 3. He has one more opportunity coming down to the start-finish line. Will Elio be able to put a move in the last moment of the race on Takuma Sato? I don't think he is close enough. He will try. However, finally, Takuma Sato wins the Indy 500, the first Japanese winner of the Indy 500. A brilliant drive by the Japanese driver, the former Formula One driver, driving for BAR and for Super Aguri before. If it couldn't be Fernando Alonso today, it's good that it was Takuma Sato. A good win for the Formula One crowd. And Honda manages to win the race even after 3 engine failures. Not a good day for Honda by any means, I would say. Sato had the luck of the draw, not having his engine blow up. Takuma Sato, winner of the 101st Indy 500. I have to say I am very happy for Takuma Sato as Elio Castroneves dejectedly walking out of the car. He gave it all he had. Takuma Sato high-fiving people as he's still driving down the pit lane, doing a little bit of a burnout there as he comes into the legendary Victory Lane here at Indianapolis. If I'm Takuma Sato right now, I'm trying to be careful not to blow the engine up. They're not used to running very slowly there, dragging the clutch. Sato immediately being absolutely ransacked by all of his teammates coming into the car there. He's just now getting his helmet off. And now the proceedings in victory lane. Takuma Sato, he's got the winner's hat on. He's now getting out of the car. Victory for Takuma Sato in the Indy 500. Takuma Sato absolutely drenching himself with the bottle of milk. That is not going to smell very good in a couple of hours' time. But I don't think he cares about that right now. Takuma Sato, victorious here in Indianapolis. Sato making a joke over his 2012 disaster at the end of this race, in which he spun trying to overtake Dario Franchitti, saying that it helped that he was pointing in the right direction through turn 1 this time. Yes, absolutely. This is a win for Andretti. Their strategy calls definitely won this race. They've been around for so long. They know how to run here, and it certainly came good for them all today. The final results of the 101st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. In P1, taking the victory for Andretti, Takuma Sato. P2 for Elio Castroneves. Third for Ed Jones. Fourth for Max Chilton. Fifth for Tony Kanaan. Sixth, Juan Pablo Montoya. Seventh, Alexander Rossi. Eighth, Marco Andretti. Ninth, Gabby Chavez. 10th, Carlos Munoz. 11th, Ed Carpenter. 12th, Graham Rahal. 13th, Mikhail Aloshin. 14th, Simon Pagenaud. 15th for Sebastian Saavedra. 16th, J.R. Hildebrand. 17th, Pippa Mann. 18th, Spencer Piggott. 19th, Joseph Newgarden. Not classified are James Davidson, Oriol Serbia, James Hinchcliffe, Will Power, Fernando Alonso, Charlie Kimball, Zach Veach, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Sage Karam, Buddy Lazier, Connor Daly, Jack Harvey, Scott Dixon, and Jay Howard. Let the record show that Honda had an absolutely terrible day at the Speedway with 3 engines letting go. They were the only constructor to have engine failures confirmed anyway. Chevrolet may have had one engine failure, however, we did not confirm that. Nonetheless, we have Honda engines finishing 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th in your top 10. Everybody else in that top 10 powered by Chevy. Of the cars that did not finish, just doing my count here, 9 Honda-powered cars did not finish versus 5 Chevy-powered cars did not finish. 3 of those Honda retirements were engine failures, it should be noted. Yes, I definitely agree. Sato, he got lucky that his engine didn't blow. Andretti did everything right with the strategy calls, but to have 3 engines let go, including Fernando Alonso suffering another Honda engine failure, now across 2 high-profile racing series, that is 100% unacceptable, and heads need to roll at Honda right now. I think the Honda stupidity can really be traced back to 2007 in Formula One when they started with their Earth Dreams concept. I don't understand what changed in Honda's organizational structure, but they were absolutely nowhere in 2007 and 2008 in Formula One. Then they pulled out at the end of 2008, leaving it open for Brawn with their Mercedes power. And then coming back into Formula One in 2015. They did not go in 2014 because they said that they wanted a year just to observe and have better development ideas for their engine. They come on in 2015, terrible. They say they're improving in 2015. They say they're improving in 2016, rather, terrible. And they say they're improving in 2017. They said at the beginning of the year that their 2017 engine was comparable to the 2016 Mercedes. I haven't seen that at all. I can only recall one Mercedes engine failure last year, and how many engines have let go for Honda this year in Formula One? I think it's something like 12 when you put together testing, free practice, and the race sessions. So, yeah. I have no words for Honda at this point. Yeah, that Earth Dreams car, particularly the 2007 car, it was all black with a picture of the Earth on it, completely devoid of sponsorship otherwise. Just, wow. I don't know what they were thinking. Yes, that Earth Dreams website is still on. I'm looking at it now. It is a sorry excuse for a website. Looks like it was last updated in 2014. Copyright on it is from 2013. The last link that they have there posted December 1st, 2014. Robert E. Lee, yes, I absolutely agree. Fernando, that's not the way that I wanted to see this race turn out for him, but Takuma Sato, very happy for him. Thoroughly deserved. And, yeah, I just wish that we were saying something a little bit different right now about Fernando Alonso, because he thoroughly deserved to finish that race at very least, but I honestly think he could have been fighting in the top 3 at the end there. He was doing so well. He was fighting so hard, and then, bang, that engine just let go in the biggest possible way. I think Fernando will probably come back next year. Yes, he will come back in a Chevy, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see what he does in terms of the Formula One side of the world. I don't think he's going to be none too pleased with Honda at this point, and you could hardly blame him. I mean, blowing up on the formation lap in Russia was one thing, but blowing up the first lap of FP1 in Spain, that was just completely farcical, and I don't see any way out of this for Fernando Alonso or for Honda. Alonso needs to get himself out of that McLaren immediately. I think Renault needs to let go of Julian Palmer and then get Fernando in at least a reliable car for the rest of this year. No, Renault saying that they probably can't provide Alonso with a competitive ride, but at least it would be a reliable one. I think Alonso, if you give him an engine that'll last a Grand Prix distance, I think he can do the rest with his talent. But if you're not going to finish the race, you may as well not start. I don't think any other Formula One team in their right mind would sign to have Honda supply their engines. I know Sauber have signed a deal for 2018, but that'll be the end of Sauber at this rate. McLaren are almost falling apart as it is. I don't understand why anybody would want to run with Honda engines in Formula One. Unless Honda are giving them the engines for free or at a significantly reduced rate, I don't think it makes any sense at all. If they're not going to score points with McLaren, and they've yet to score points this year, that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but it's the truth. They're certainly not going to score points with Sauber. So I don't know what they're thinking, Sauber signing with Honda, but it's not the way to go. Yeah, 2004 through 2006 Honda, they were pretty good. They had a very good car in 2004 with the BAR team, and then becoming a works team for 2006, they managed to win the Hungarian Grand Prix with Jenson Button. But after that, Honda did nothing else good in Formula One, and now being their engine supplier for McLaren from 2015, we all know how that's turned out. I just cannot believe that Honda, having been around for so long, with so much experience building cars and building engines, just... I don't know how this happened. Yeah, they have had engine failures, but then again, everybody had engine failures back then. The reliability, even as recently as 2006, was not what it is today. Remember the 2006 Australian Grand Prix, Jenson Button stopping before the line on the last lap intentionally so he could get a free engine change for the next round, but he absolutely showered Giancarlo Fisichella with flaming oil as he was coming across start-finish there in the final lap of the race. But yeah, there were engine failures back then. You bring up a good point there with Toyota. I do believe Toyota have maintained pretty much all of their F1 infrastructure over in Cologne, Germany. Obviously, they're supporting their LMP1 program right now, but I think they still have the wind tunnel, they still have the supercomputer, and I believe they still have a couple examples of what would have become the TF110 chassis for the 2010 season. So, you know, I think Toyota still would have the infrastructure for a Formula One engine supply deal if they wanted to do so. And yes, Mercedes engines did blow up back then. Remember, in 2005 with McLaren, Kimi lost a lot of engines that year. Yes, Braun GP, that car designed pretty much entirely by Honda, and then that Mercedes engines shoehorned into the back of it after Honda pulled out of F1. Honda chassis winning with Mercedes power. McLaren, get a Mercedes engine, please. Yeah, McLaren with a Ferrari engine in the back. You know, stranger things have happened. We're seeing in replay here the engine failures for Honda today. Looked like a failure on the left bank, actually, of Ryan Hunter-Reay's car. Just a pop, and then the whole thing just went to pieces. Fernando Alonso looks like the same deal. Same motive failure, it appears. Running down there, the straight line, full throttle. You've got to wonder what it is, but I think it's just straight-up mechanical strain, probably a failure on the big end bearings. There wasn't a whole lot of smoke coming out of the back of either engine, so I don't think it was a failure on the top end of the motor, which would have sprayed oil all over the place, and certainly would have gotten oil into the exhaust system and caused a flash fire. We didn't see a fire with either failure, so it seems like a bottom-end failure if I had to make an estimation. Yeah, Volkswagen probably would be a very good engine supplier for F1. Obviously, Dieselgate put an end to those aspirations, but I've owned a Volkswagen in the past, and all of the ancillary components around the engine were very troublesome, but the engine itself was very good. It was it wasn't the most tractable engine I've ever driven, but most of its power was in the top end, and it liked to be there. It had the rev limiter up at about 7,200 revs, and it liked to be above 5,000 RPM most of the time. It was a very peppy little engine, and never had any reliability issues with the engine itself. Yes, a customer engine deal for Formula One, just an open agreement to supply any team that wants it. That would be really good. That would also do a lot for cost cutting in Formula One, and I think a company like Cosworth would be good to do that. Even if F1 wanted to sort of tear up the rulebook a little bit and allow a Cosworth V8 to be used by a small customer team, as long as you could make sure that the power output was comparable to what you could get out of the V6 hybrid powertrains, I don't see what the problem would be. Oh boy, if I were in charge of running F1, the first thing I would do would be to get Imola back on the calendar. And aside from that, it would be, alright, Cosworth, give us V8s. Do it. Just do it. Let everybody run Cosworth if they want. And then open it up to the designers. Yeah, we want V10s back in a year. Put V10s in the cars, please. None of this hybrid nonsense either. And DRS, goodbye. Yeah, 2020, they want simpler and louder engines, whatever that means. Does that mean a return to the V8s? Maybe. I wouldn't exactly call them simpler, but yeah, they would be louder. I would do it like this. I wouldn't restrict fuel necessarily, but I would restrict total power output. So let's arbitrarily set it at like 800 horsepower. Build whatever engine you want as long as you're making 800 horsepower plus or minus 5 or whatever. Yes, we do need to do away with that hybrid system. It's just too complicated. It really is. The drivers had a hard time getting their heads around it in 2014, and the troubles continued even all the way up into 2016. Part of the reason that Rosberg and Hamilton took each other out in Spain last year was because Nico was in the wrong hybrid map after the start of the race. You can see on the onboard he was making some sort of adjustment on the steering wheel for his deploy settings, and the deficit in straight line speed caused Hamilton to catch him up, and by the time Rosberg went to make the defensive move, it was way too late. So even the drivers are confused by these hybrid systems, and that says nothing as to what we fans think. Also, I'm not sure if you guys have heard, but the results of the 2017 F1 Global Fan Survey are out. I've linked over that on my Facebook page. You can see what the respondents have said. I think about 250,000 people actually participated in that survey, so you can get a sense of what our fellow Formula One fans around the world think, and the consensus seems to be that they want V8 engines back. They don't like gimmicks, so I think DRS is considered a gimmick. They also don't want points for fastest lap, maybe points for qualifying, but they don't want to change the format of the race weekend. You still want the Grand Prix race on Sunday, no Saturday races, no third driver races, nothing like that. So I think the fans, for the most part, are basically conservative, very much traditionalists in terms of what Grand Prix racing has always looked like, and I think the future is bright for F1, provided that they listen to our feedback. And yes, you can find me over on Facebook, Ferrariman601 on Facebook. I have that link to the Global Fan Survey posted on the page. Yes, and ultimately in F1 I would like to see variety on the technical side. It would be really cool if we had V12s, V10s, and V8s running around on the same track at the same time. The varied engine notes that we heard from 1989 all the way up through 1996, that was really cool. And I would like to see that technical diversity once again. 91, I think, was really the best year for that because you had some teams with V10, some with V12, some with V8s, some with manual gearboxes, some with semi-automatic gearboxes. It was really, really cool. But unfortunately, those days are now gone, and I really do think that they were the best that we've seen in F1 history, and it would be really cool to get them back again. With Fernando and having bad luck, I don't think you can call it bad luck anymore. This is an undeniable pattern with Honda. They just can't get an engine to hold together for a race distance. It doesn't matter what series they're in, apparently. Just, ugh, it's awful. Absolutely awful. At any rate, though, I have been talking for 4.5 hours here for the Indy 500. This was the first time I've done live commentary for a race other than Formula One. I do thank all of you for being here. It has been a lot of fun. Again, we have seen Takuma Sato take victory in the 101st running of the Indy 500. I'd like to thank all of you for sticking around with me through this 4.5 hour extravaganza. And even though Alonso ended up retiring with an engine failure, it was still absolutely incredible to see him driving as well as he was today at Indianapolis. I do suspect that we will see Fernando Alonso returning to the Brickyard at some point in the near future. However, thank you all very, very much for watching. I'm going to call it quits here. So thank you for being here. It's been great interacting with all of you. And of course, we will see you soon. Ferrariman601 signing off from the coverage of the 2017 Indy 500. Thanks, everybody.